SS class, do you see the chat the video now? I'm live. Outstanding. Let's see here. Oh, you're in for a real treat. You know what step number one for today is? Yes, good morning, Franklin. Step number one is cleaning my shithole bench. This is your young loose tip for the day. Unless you can figure out how to get paid for fixing your own dings, clean your bench. Franklin, how you doing? Morning, Ted. You ready to get your Luthier on? You ready to hear my my laundry? I'm loosening the laundry. Got my Nelly shorts on today. My chat disappeared. Yeah, the bench cleaning thing, man, that came to me when I worked in a factory where dings were just a real tragedy. No rubbing cheese spit in a ding on a brand new guitar. Ted, which one is your Instagram? I have a hard time keeping people's real names with their Instagram handles. Ted, you're doing the harmony conversions? Well, anyway, you're welcome. What's up, sis? Oh yeah, you had the Mega Clemsia post. That was some boss stuff, man. I suppose if you're in the business of taking guitar tops on and off, though, that's kind of the cost of doing business. You guys are in for a real treat. You're gonna see some abrasive organization. I'm tired of my abrasives. See what I mean? Cool. Ted, am I right? Are you guys in? Are you in North Carolina? I can't remember. Yeah, yeah. I think everybody's workload is down. Which is interesting because a lot of people are pulling out guitars that haven't pulled out guitars in a long time. What the heck is this? Look at that. I found a set of strings in my abrasives. That's for spruce fir. I still got that. Fucking jeez, come on. Where's the box? You're in Athens. That's right. Franklin, there's so many people in my Instagram from North Carolina. You guys could start a club. Luthier in North Carolina, man. Alan Watsky's moving down there too. I don't know if Alan's going to be in the chat. I should invite him on. That guy's good in the chat. You wanna learn a thing or two about customer relations. Talk to a guy that spent his career Lutheran in New Jersey in Bergen County. That guy takes no shit from nobody. And he's a good Luth. Hi, Trevor. You know, it's funny. I've been hiding out at Lark Street, not dealing with customers. And I always thought I was pretty good at dealing with customers. And it's definitely a muscle. Because I'm doing a little bit of work out of the house now because of the quarantine thing. And boy, my social anxiety with customers and my, just kind of instinct to... What you doing? Babe? Ah, that's important. We got bacon in the oven, fellas. Yeah, is Israel a tough crowd? Oh, fucking shit. Fucking abrasives. Capital improvement. It's like being punched in the face with words. Yeah, Franklin, moving to. Well, look at this. It's Evan Gluck. Tell you one thing, that dude don't give a fuck. Well, he does, but they're good fucks when he gives them. Evan, are you looking forward to Tim's interview? I am hoping I can get him rolling. Tim's he's a hard guy to get rolling, but when he does, he's like a sniper. That sense of humor of Mr. Fricks. He's like got his hat on backwards, biding his time, and he's like, send it. Something about this gathering of Luthiers, it reminds me. Anybody ever see that movie, The Player, the old movie about making movies with Tim Robbins? About Rush the Band? Okay. You know what I want to ask? Somebody remind me to ask him about pencil sharpeners, man. Is it fucking impossible to get a decent pencil sharpener these days? I remember when I was a kid, I would, like, about 75% of the classrooms would have this pencil sharpener that would just give you this wicked point. You know, you could write like, you could sign your name on a gnat's ass if you wanted to. Yeah, Tim's recurve is nice, man. You see a lot of guys get recurve obsessive, and they get to making it pretty overdone in my estimation. You guys want to see something? You got a Bostitch pencil sharpener? That's pretty good, Paul. Jesus, we got some pipe hitters in the chat here. So Dan sent me this vice here. It's a little hard to see. Check that bad Larry out. Fucking talk about 16 switches. Side to side and all that shit. $12. I can get behind that. Electric or manual. Yeah, I picked up this bad Larry at a yard sale, thinking I was gonna put some points on some pencils. It's a little dull, and I was trying to figure out how to sharpen it, if it could be sharpened. I actually took I took these off, and I think I put them on a drill, and I put it on a sharpening stone, and it made a little bit of improvement, but it's not at all like how I remember as a kid, like these brand new manual pencil sharpeners that are just crazy sharp. New cutters for those? You know, that's a good idea. Maybe I ought to use that internet thing or something and actually do a little research about things I'm fucking interested in. Son of a bitch. Ain't nobody got time for that. You're inspected. Paul, did you happen to see any of the comments on that last Stu Mac video I did? I almost waded into them. I almost called people a duty head. Yeah, you know, more than one person. And it's actually a little bit of a fair criticism. Uh, uh, some people were upset that there wasn't a final after picture, which I guess I can kind of understand. I don't know how we would have done that, and you know, whatever. This is actually a pretty interesting one. I got an X brace that's loose, and it's actually pretty. The gap is pretty substantial. I was talking to a friend of mine. I had a J55 a while back, where the X brace was pretty far off, and I glued it back, and that brace wanted to be in that position so bad, it ripped the shit out of the top, like just completely put this like I glued it up and it was fine, and I came back 3 days later, and there was like this big crack along here where the brace had actually ripped the top trying to get back into its stupid position. And I've got this guy is eerily similar, and I'm a little nervous about it, but I'm gonna glue it up regular anyway. I called a couple buddies and I was like, "Have you ever had that happen?" And some real pipe hitters were telling me, no, like nobody's ever fucking heard of that before. So what else? Have you guys ever had anything like that happen? By the way, I got 15 seconds of latency on this thing. I haven't ever really thought about doing any kind of extra humidification for springy brace repairs. Uh, Feel free to give your reasoning in the chat on why you do that. It might be a good idea. Like, are you thinking you're getting more flexibility out of the brace, or do you feel like you're getting the items more into the position they were in when they were constructed? So right now in the basement here, I'm swinging anywhere from hey James, swinging anywhere from 40 to like right now I'm 52. That's the highest I've seen, but it's really right around 40-45%. Um, so I'm interested in your reasoning for like, would you consider over humidifying the guitar, like how you would like swell it up to do crack repair, or hey, anybody in the chat? I don't see a lot of people doing. Uh, yeah, skyscraper. If I thought this guitar was dry, I definitely let it sit around for a while. I'm not a big fan of like bagging guitars. I'm certainly not a big fan of 10% humidity in high desert. Yeah, like I might bag if I was like I lived in Santa Fe for a while. If I lived in Santa Fe and was living in Santa Fe, like I would go back to bagging guitars. But I think bagging guitars and or over humidifying them uh, I don't like it, and I don't have any science for that. It's just hunches. I mean, everybody wants everything now, but really the best thing to do is just to bring the humidity up slowly. I think, or at least that's my hunch. The thing is there's a whole laundry list of problems that guitars have when they get too damp too, and I've actually seen that where guys will get super religious about humidifying their guitars in the case. And man, I've seen braces pop loose. I've seen neck angles ruined. Well, not ruined. I mean, all they have to do is dry out again. It's definitely easier to humidify a guitar than it is to dry one out. You guys hear my wife teaching upstairs? The glue was too weak in the woods. Yeah, Ted, I don't know. This guitar, honestly, I think on that J55, I think the problem was is it was just a shit top. Like it was a 70s. Um, it was it was just it was a pretty punky piece of wood too. Um, but it sure got me to thinking. Like, but I don't know how much thinking I need to do for something that's come up once in uh, once in 35 years or 30 years or however fuck long I've been doing this. I don't know how long I've been doing this. 93. Well, so and that 70s one, like the 55, the J55, when it came loose, like it was that Cascamite glue too. Like it was something where, like a mouse fart would have let that glue joint loose. Yeah. No, once again, Trevor, I got no science on it. It's just a hunch, and like I feel like on a lot of those cracks, like you can't guarantee a customer is gonna like keep their guitar at 40% or 45%, or then like whatever you swelled it up to percent. Just can't guarantee that. So like I was having real issues with bagging guitars, gluing cracks, and then having customers come back in with the crack the crack failed. So I mean, bottom line, I switched to a different adhesive, and I don't bag them. I just fill the crack. What's up, baby? You coming down? You gonna be on TV? You don't want to be on TV? Bacon. Thank you. Bacon. Humidity is the worst. Trevor, you got your own shop, or you working out of a shop? Yeah, there's no winning with guitars that are built at 80% humidity. James, are you and Trevor related? What's going on? There's two Heelys in the chat. Hmm. You building aluminum? Trevor, do you do a little retail in your shop? Besides your own whips? So James, do I know you from Instagram? Do you got an Instagram handle I should know about? I feel like I do. All right. By grease, I'm assuming you mean bacon grease. Man, I wish we could have some jams on here. This is lame. Fucking no jams, Luthen. Evan, are you still there? Evan Gluck, are you still there? I'd like to ask you about how you're doing in the Luthen and the city and the fucking people coughing everywhere and shit like that. So what's your you got any you taking any work? You got any protocols? You got people pushing guitars through your window and you got like a little waterfall of denatured alcohol coming down over the case or anything? Yeah, that question was you, Evan. Sorry, I got about a 15-second lag here. Um, yeah, what are you taking work in the city? I mean, so you're still taking work in. Is your work has the incomings dipped or has it gone up? I feel like a lot of people are inside playing guitars and noticing some shit about their guitars maybe they don't like. Who's this handsome fella? What's going on there? Hey, Skyscraper, thanks for the shout out on Instagram, and that was a really nice post you did with Dan. Dude, what's up, man? I didn't know you were making tools. This is cool. So I'm this is actually fortuitous for two of us. Um, the I'm thinking about doing some tool reviews. Now I don't want you to send me shit for free. I'll we can ship it back and forth or whatever. But if you want to, I'm looking for some victims for doing some tool reviews. So I mean, keep in mind I'll keep it real. I'm not gonna like do this thing fucking sucks or anything. But I might have notes on things or you know. But I'd sure like to make some videos on some guys that are kind of indie tool manufacturers for guitar repair. That's what I thought, man. Hey, is my mic low? I got this thing dimed out. Yeah, whatever. It does skyscraper. It doesn't have to be. It can be anything. You know, like I really like making the short videos. So I noticed you got. You know. Um, I mean, it could be as simple as one of your action fret rocker combo things. I mean, something like that could be cool. Franklin, my hide glue protocol is I use it once. Um, I just mixed it up and I stuck it in. I know some guys will refrigerate it and then they'll heat it back up, but I don't trust that reheat stuff. I don't trust it sitting in the refrigerator. I think it's best if it's fresh every time. I get my hide glue. Um, I get my hide glue from this salty dog right here, Bjorn Industries. Comes in that bag is chock full of it, and I just cook it up and I throw it away when I'm done with it. I don't even like save it around in the glue pot. Uh, like new stuff for every job. Like that glue just gets thrown in the trash after I'm done with this job. If I had like two bridge reglues that I had set up and I was doing them back to back, that might be fine. But I don't like leaving that stuff hot. It depends. It's a YouTube thing, Evan. Oh, Bjorn is 30 minutes from you. You know, I talked to him on the phone a little bit, man. He seemed like a really nice guy, and his website is pretty cool too. Um, I feel like I need to buy some. He sounded like he was pretty old. I feel like maybe I need to get myself a lifetime supply before uh, before something happens. I'll tell you one thing. His glue is consistent too. I mean, I used some other glues. I would say, um, yeah, 192 is not 192. It is with him. Like I've never had an issue where all of a sudden I had weird open time issues or like the kind of the properties of the glue changed on me. But like even with Balins, I don't know where they're getting their stuff. It's all right. Like it'll do in a pinch, but like since I switched to his stuff, zero issues. Always happy. Hide glue? James, are you familiar with hide glue? Pretty neat stuff. Smells like a dog's butt. Ted, you're using it with binding? What kind of binding are you using? I've had no luck with it with celluloid. Does it work for ABS? You use hide for refrets? Yeah, I use fish, but I'm at the end of my fish, and I think I might use hide for refrets from now on. What kind of yeah, Frank will use just Jello brand like unflavored uncolored Jello. Same stuff apparently. I don't know if he figured out what the gram strength is, but the whole gram strength measurement is kind of weird. if you look on Bjorn's website, he's got a rundown of how they test gram strength, and it's not what you would think it was. I thought it was going to be like, pulling something apart, testing shear strength or something like that, but it's You've had luck with it on a new celluloid? I have had zero luck with it, but maybe we're doing it differently. Oh, okay. Oh, Joel, we're loosening in here. Just loosening real hard. Popping necks and cashing checks. Hey, Evan, thanks for dropping by, bro. Slamming frets and flexing necks, man. Hey, Skyscraper, thanks, man. Thanks for dropping by. This live stream will be up if you want to see what goes on. Take care, man. And we're separating the interviews now too. I know this long form stuff isn't for everybody, but whatever. Oh, James, it's Bjorn. I use the Bjorn. Here, let me get you a long look at his information there. Actually, here. Okay. I guess we're all TV stars now, Evan. So this is the stuff. I don't know if you can get a screen grab of that, but I think all that info is still good. Squishy, squishy. Doody. James, you've been using Balin? Yes. You know, it's hard to separate my issues with Balin on being user error of a novice hide gluer versus just. But I can make the shit work. And I don't know if like I started using Bjorn's and I was like had more experience or whatever, but my interaction with Bjorn was a lot better. I'm sure Balin's fine. It was probably just maybe I was hungover when I was trying to use it. So here's an example of how I do. I do some top crack repairs. This is a Huss and Dalton that that got itself a top crack, pretty substantial one. But what was interesting about this one was when I looked inside, the top had like probably a good, oh boy, I'd say that crack was probably a good 15 thousandths separated, and on the inside, the crack was completely together, no gap. So basically, the crack had happened like this. So you can maybe over humidify that and push it back together, but that's just an unstable joint. Um, and so what I did was I mixed up some G-Flex with some color, and I pushed it back together. And I'm going to basically paint that G-Flex to kind of match the sunburst. And but I'll tell you what, I haven't had any returns on top cracks since I switched to G-Flex. Zero. I had one person bring a crack back, and they claimed that it had re-cracked, and I looked, and there was the original crack was glued, and then just maybe 15 thousandths over again, there was a new crack, and I was able to point out to the customer that there was actually a new crack, and they probably dried their guitar out again. So it was very, very powerful testimonial to G-Flex there that, if that was a hide glue glue joint or a tight bond glue joint, it would have, whatever that guitar was trying to do to get back into that position, it would have totally broke that joint. So this is a Huss and Dalton. This is a nice guitar or whatever, but it's $3,000 to $4,000 guitar. It's not worth my time to endlessly screw around trying to be an adhesive purist, in my estimation. Epoxy refret. What does that mean? Did you do it like the old Don Teeter kind of Sadowski method, or were you routing the fret slots out so the oh, Joel, G-Flex is a West Systems that it's this stuff from West Systems. It's in the bottle. It looks like your over-the-counter Home Depot epoxy, but don't be fooled. Don't be fooled. This is some serious high tech adhesive here. This is interesting too. It's got a I don't know if it's a crack, but it's actually probably kind of a bummer center seam right next to the crack. Oh yeah, well, you know what that I'll never like open up fret slots like the old epoxy fret slot, but yeah, in that case, James, that's a good call on that stuff. Yeah, West Systems, it's some really cool stuff. You know at Breedlove, we actually West System the 105, we West System the bridges on. I gotta say, I mean, we never had any failures. But the cool thing about it was if you needed to have the bridge fail and you just put a heat lamp on it for like not like it would ever see this type of heat, but like a normal heat lamp like for a bridge reglue where you're getting it pretty good, like it failed miraculously. Like it just really was anytime we had to do a bridge reglue, it was just, you know, neither fuss nor muss to get that bridge off, but they never failed in the wild. So yeah, I'm a big believer in West Systems epoxy. What's up, sis? Meow, you too. Yeah. How you doing? Yeah. If you're in the chat, you got any questions? Today's the day. I'm answering all questions. Um, yeah, you know, ideally you pick that, you pick up the whether it's going to be hairy before you start working on it. So yeah, I mean, price of a refret's not a price of a refret. You know, I just took a twist out of a good old neck, and you know, it was all hands on deck, and there was a lot of extra squinting involved in that job. Yeah, I charged a little bit more for it. So you got to cover your time, man. It's either a trade or this is some fucking hippie dick off bullshit, you know. If it's some hippie dick off bullshit, you better figure out how to marry somebody that actually makes a living and is willing to put up with the hippie dick off bullshit ways. Gotta get paid. Yeah, the pricing. Yeah, I was just talking to another guy that is like me, is working on pretty good guitars, and oh, I don't want to create anyway. But yeah, the price. I was just talking to him about it the other day. Any guy that's in this trade, you and I could sit down and rip through a fucking 12 pack and talk about nothing but how to price this job or how to bid these jobs. I always want to get into a conversation with violin techs or horn techs or any other set of techs, but it's a little bit different. The violin's been the same instrument for 1,000 years. The horns have been the same instrument. There's probably like the book of surprises that you can have as a horn tech or a violin tech. Probably not like the book of surprises that you can get as a guitar tech. I could be wrong about that though. One thing that's a little different for me is, or for my generation, is coming, basically coming to age luthing as the guitars were starting to get super valuable. Like before, guitar repair was really. That's true. Horns. Good point, Ted. Horns do not try to break themselves. But the yeah, this notion of high dollar guitars, like guitar repair used to be, like a lot more shoe repair, kind of like very practical, and it's as you can see by some of the touch up stuff I do and stuff now, it's become not quite as esoteric as like art conservation or violin restoration on the high level, but it's certainly it's not this it's not the same trade uh, that I got involved in the early days. There's been an escalation. That's the size of this sanding thing. You know what? Fuck the latency. Let's try this shit. Okay. Let's see here. Motherfucker. Can you guys hear me in the thing? Let me know if you can't hear me now that I'm doing this. So Ted, what are your protocols for taking guitars in? So has anybody in the chat, has anybody been offended by the switch of my name to Ian Hates Guitars for my YouTube channel? You guys all know that's 15% a joke. Some people really love guitars. I used to really love guitars. I remember the guy that trained me. He was the quintessential grumpy guitar shop guy. I was 23 years old and I was just bouncing around him. I had no idea. It's like, what you got so grumpy for, man? I'm working on guitars. This is the dream. And I gotta say, like, I had 20 years of feeling like I was living the dream. And it's not a nightmare by any chance, by any stretch of the imagination. I should, count my blessings that I got kind of, a job I can at least grow old in. I don't know if you can see, but I switched to gluing a piece of regular sandpaper on there rather than using that sticky. Yeah, I think I'd like guitars a lot more if they weren't always attached to guitar players. Like the thing that I really like doing is shit like this, kind of like the touch up stuff. Still kind of gets me going. I like this process. I like there's a nice balance of banging my head against a wall and then feeling like I've accomplished something, kind of stuff. But often I think about like furniture repair, and I think, there's a lot more people looking for a place to sit than for a new guitar to play, or whatever. Maybe I should look at furniture repair as a way to kind of transition into adulthood. Yeah, Franklin, you feeling it? No, James, that's I put a piece of sandpaper on the plexi, and basically I got this crack, right? And I've epoxied it, but I'm going to put a little bit of color on it, and I need to drop that down a little bit so that there's somewhere to put some clear coat over the top of it. Enrico, man, how you doing? James, so the adhesive backed one, it really wasn't loving it wasn't really loving the plexi, so I used a little bit of gel CA and some regular sandpaper and just cut it with the scissors. I don't want to get into the, I want to drop it down a little bit, but I don't want to get into the color code on the original, if at all possible. Just want to make something to where I can put a little color on there and then put a clear coat over it and have a fair shot of it looking halfway level and not buffing through my color coat. James, I don't know. This is for James Healy. Have you messed around with those glasses? I'm really interested in the colorblind glasses. I'm wondering if they would help because color blindness, from what I understand, is a little bit of a spectrum, and I find that I don't know if I'm colorblind, but I just wonder if it would help, like even you know, average color perceivers. I wonder if it would help with touch-up. I find that I find that it's when I'm struggling with a touch-up, sometimes I take a picture of it with like a really nice camera, and then I kind of move some sliders around and stuff. And for some reason, I don't know if it's that I lose perspective when I'm actually looking at the guitar and I'm working on it, but for some reason, as soon as I see a picture of what I'm working on, I go, "Oh shit, it's too green or it's too brown or whatever." It just kind of divorces me, and I wonder if that has something to do with the color perception of the camera, or if it has something to do with just kind of losing perspective while you're working on the guitars. Yeah, perspective is important in repair, man. It's really easy to get myopic. It's, you know, one of the things I used to do was I would cook up these imaginary repair people that were perfect and then compare myself against them and, you know, get real wound up wondering why I wasn't achieving the perfection of the imaginary luthier. Um, I've seen the best touch-up guy that this world has produced for guitars, and he was really good, but he was also really unhappy. And while being better than me, it I don't know, didn't being the best didn't make him super happy. And just say, like, keeping that perspective of, you know, you don't want to be a total hippie and just do a shit job because you're, you know, free to be you and me or whatever. But, you know, like, get into where you know your limitations and what you're capable of, and then just, you know, learning how to make a living at this thing rather than endlessly dicking off with guitars that are already, you know, already as good as they deserve to be. How's that stream looking? Is there a lot of latency in that? I think we're actually getting quite a bit more latency with. Boy, this camera hates shiny things, man. Not quite there. See you later, James. Yeah, Ted, I am doing it the same way. I'm thinking about doing an updated version of that, not just that video, but like how to make them and how to run them. I was kind of using it as bait for getting to 1,000 subscribers, but I might do it. I might do it before then. I was gonna use it as bait, yeah. Nobody's biting though. I mean, honestly, this shit, I don't know how wide the appeal is gonna be on this. This is probably just gonna be between us fellas. And full ladies. Ted, I'm not sure I follow. Who's upstairs? What's happening? What's happening upstairs? Oh, okay. Oh, thanks, Ted. Sam, are you watching the stream? You on yet? You guys like the heavy breathing? Jesus. Anybody still in the chat? Anybody getting anything out of this? Anybody got any questions or any that kind of shit? Yeah, I paired that, Ted. I paired that brush tip down to next to nearly nothing. Oh, thanks. Yeah, low tack. Make sure you give it one of these on your fat belly on your shirt first, so you're not ripping. Even with the low tack, you need to give it a little love on the shirt. What's up, Stallman Guitars? You still using that neck rest? He's got to be like fucking 10 years old now. So Enrico, on this one, I started with the color up here at the light area, and then I worked down. So I was using 1 cup, and I was just mixing it darker as I went. Same brush. Because it's so thin, I've got to clean it basically between every application. So I don't know if we got some real sheen differences here, but I think, it's not going to be invisible or anything, but it's going to be, I think, be a pretty good repair. I'm going to edge this up really quick. Get a fresh blade on my X-Acto and edge it up. Where are my fucking blades? Awesome. Oh yeah, they work great for that, don't they? Do I use acetone to clean it? No, that's a little bit more of a solvent than I want to use. So right now I'm painting with a little hard to see here. So I'm painting with Zinsser shellac in a cup with trans tint stuff. So acetone's not figuring into it. I can't handle painting with lacquer anymore and with acetone and everything. Pretty much that Zinsser, this rattle can shellac is my medium for touch up. Yeah, maybe. You know, I made the, you know, Nate, I made up all those neck rests and you know, a lot of them came back all bitched up. Like, I don't think I had a very good design for it long term for like a product. So this is a violin knife. I'm just going back and edging a little bit. I don't know if you can see that, but not visible. Never is. But you know, once it's got lacquer on it, I think we're gonna be in a pretty good result for an epoxy crack repair here. Yeah, you know, I've had the bag of shotgun shot. I think it's a good move. Oh shit! I forgot to get the chat into that thing. Oh well. Ted, that shellac can go, you know, overnight ideally, but like if I put it on in the morning, you know, like good 3-4 hours, I could put lacquer over it. The thing is, you know, like if I'm doing anything where I'm adding pigments and shellac like I did to this one, I'm going to be inclined to let it sit overnight because you'll get that color will change if you nuke it with solvents. Like it'll make the pigments go to the bottom and the dyes come to the top, and you'll completely change your look on that. Um, so I would let this one, because I use pigments and stains together, I would let it sit overnight. brush is pretty much ruined now. Evan, you know, when you deal with as much swamp ass as I do, yeah, they breathe good. Plus, it's gonna be this Halloween. I'm gonna be Nelly for Halloween, and so I'm gonna get these, and I'm gonna get the tank top, and then the little band aid. Although when he was rocking the North Carolina gear, I don't think he was doing the band aid yet. But it's the only way I think as a cracker I'm gonna be able to pull off the Nelly look. Gotta get the band aid in there. I think it's gonna be key. Nate, I don't know. You know, like, I mean, a lot of this stuff, I'm not like, I mean, it's not like when I was working at Bruins. I mean, it's interesting, like the yeah, you would give me candy. You would. You give me candy for other things too, but for that for sure, Evan. The um, I don't know about the rest of the Saint Lunatics. I gotta say, I'm a little bit of a Nelly poser, but I did check out Saint Lunatics on Spotify after I noticed they were on Country Grammar a lot, and man, they're pretty good too. That Midwest hip hop, man, it doesn't get a lot of love. I mean, it got a lot of love back in the day, but I think as we're going through and we're reevaluating kind of the vintage hip hop, I see a few YouTube channels are doing that. They're talking to the old boys on there. Be nice to see the Midwest stuff get some love. Are you up on all that stuff, Ted? Are you a little bit of a hip hop poser, really? Like I like it, but I'm not a fanatic about it. Corey, the neck jig worked well for what I was doing with it. Um, so I have in my mind to do a whole series on the neck jig where I ask people that are neck jig daily drivers. There are people out there that every guitar goes in the neck jig no matter what, and I want to have some of them on the show and go through how they set up a guitar. Just kind of their daily ritual with setting a guitar on the neck jig and why they do it, and kind of try to pick their brains. I've never like something in my brain. I don't know if it's the extra work involved in getting into the neck jig or something, but my brain is prone to making excuses or whatever. But I've never been able to wrap my head around why I would put every guitar in there. Now on the twisted neck guitar, I mean, so the way that I used to deal with twists is like grabbing the guitar like this and actually forcing it into the twist while I'm sanding it. Now this is a guitar. This only happens every once in a while. Um, but there are guitars that will twist under string tension, but when you relieve the string tension, they're dead flat, or they adjust to dead flat. And the only way that I was able to do it, and if you go on my Instagram and look, is I got one spool clamp pushing down on the headstock. Let's see if we get this here. One spool clamp pushing down on the headstock, one spool clamp pushing up on the other side, and it was twisting it, but it also had that their not natural headstock leveler in there too, so I was actually able to twist it and put the bow into it with the twist that I needed in order to get the sanding profile that I wanted. Good luck doing that without the neck jig. That type of repair comes up every once in a while, and it's probably the type of thing now. Um, I mean, honestly, that might be a job better suited for the plec. If the plec is actually grooming boards and figuring out all that stuff and grooming them CNC. Now, I I like the neck jig. I gotta say, my experience with it afterwards, of beveling the fret ends and stuff, like it is really solid. Like when I'm applying that beveling block to it, the way the guitar is hooked up in that, um, like when I'm beveling on the thing, it's moving around. I'm like holding on to it. I'm doing all this shit. The only thing is the neck jig has a couple hip checks that you kind of gotta kind of watch out for. So I mean, it's I'm glad I have it. Like, would I have gotten up off the money? My instinct would be to have not, but I'm not. I'm old enough to where I'm getting set in my ways because of muscle memory, and it's hard for me to take on new tools even if they're better just because I've got so much invested in the muscle memory of the old tools. Sucks, but That's the way it is. But I'm gonna go ahead and have a lot of people on, and um, yeah, Lil Wayne. Like getting back to the hip hop, Lil Wayne. It was. I mean, we got a hip hop station here in New York, and I don't even know what it is. That trap stuff. I mean, I get it. The hi hat. Like the 808 hi hat. What 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 the fuck is that the best you can do? Um, but it's good. Kids should figure out how to piss off adults with their music, and they figured it out. Whenever I hear that stuff now, I don't get it. I listen to Outkast or Nelly or you know. To me, Puff Daddy was the beginning of the end of hip hop. I listened to something recently, and I was like kind of going through and giving some stuff some second chances, and I mean, Puff Daddy is just so I don't know. It's just lame in my book. To me, that's where it jumped off. It was for me. It was the beginning of the end for my own personal taste in hip hop. Oh, you know what I found out though was what was I listening to that had let's see here, let me pull my Spotify up. I found a woman that was like kind of like Eve before Eve. Like you could really hear that kind of. I feel like, I don't know for sure, but it sounded to me like either Eve borrowed heavily from her or where did I hear her at? Oh, she was on that. She was on the No Diggity. Queen Pen, is that right? Fucking Queen Latifah, holy moly! You want to? I got a lot of love in my heart. Yeah, this album right here. Like I threw that Bad Larry on, and I was like, oh, I want to listen to a couple of these songs or whatever. Next thing you know, I listened to the whole album, and I was like, man, that's fucking awesome. Yeah, it's good, and if you listen to it and kind of, I got a real thing for Eve, so like if you listen to it and you kind of think of it as like chicken or the egg kind of stuff, I'd be interested to know what you thought about that, like who came first. But their styles are really really similar. It's funny on the. Hey, have a good day, man. Um, Evan, are you still in the chat? You still in there? Hey, Sam. So we were just Sam. We were just talking hip hop, and I got Ted Bergstrom to agree to come on, and I'm thinking, because he's Canadian, if we're gonna start a rap feud, I think it's gonna be North Coast, South Coast. We have to get stir up the Canadians, see if we can get them riled up into some kind of Luthier rivalry. Evan, I want to have you on the show. Evan, you want to FaceTime right now? Well, tell Mimi I said hi. Hey, Alan. Well, Alan, white suburban kids liked rap for the same reason white suburban kids liked rock and the blues. Once again, white executives had ruined music, and black artists had come in and saved music. You know, like I get so sick of that. Like every time they do like a retrospective on NWA, they always talk about how like white kids glommed onto it or whatever. But if you listen to the, go and look at what was the top 40, top 100 hits of 1988 when that album dropped. None of them, none of them do I have any interest in listening to. And I can still throw on Straight Outta Compton and bump that in my truck. And I'm 50 years old and it still sounds amazing. Like, I don't care what anybody says about, back in the day, the argument was because they weren't playing their instruments, it was low talent stuff. But you listen to what Dr. Dre was up to on that album, nothing sounded like it. It was innovative music. And that's why white kids liked it. It's because when music industry is doing lame shit, like when Perry Como was going, and all of a sudden, black artists were showing the way with rock and R&B and blues and stuff, and you know, it just that's why white kids liked it, was because it was superior music. the key to the key to touch ups, man. I gotta say, like, I listen to honestly, I listen to a lot of techno when I'm getting in the mood to do touch up. Like anything with like a strong beat, and I'm just kind of getting going, and I'm getting my brain turned off and looking at the colors really hard. Yeah, yeah, better is better. There's no way to compare. But I gotta say, like Rick Astley's the Rick Roll song was like the number one hit when Straight Outta Compton came out. So pop music, it has its place, but I don't have, like I might turn on "Never Gonna Give You Up" for a joke or something, but you know. Well, thanks, Alan. Sam, how's the stream looking? How are we doing? Awesome. So Stu Max is starting to do a live stream with Dan here pretty soon. I wonder how that's going to go. My wife was like, "Why are they going to watch your stream if Stu Max doing a stream?" I'm like, "Because I'm going to say things like motherfucker." And Stu Mac is going to do the Stu Mac thing, and we'll have our own little club for grubby loose, and that'll be fine. There's room in this world for people to do different things. Evan, do you have my phone number? I'm not sure I have your phone number. See if I got your phone number here. They say, Evan, Evan, can you send me your phone number on Instagram? Speaking of hip hop, this is how I wear my optimizer. SRV. Whenever I see those initials SRV, it gets my '90s PTSD. Working in a guitar store hackles up. There was quite a bit of SRVing done in guitar stores. No, thank you. Evan, do I got your phone number? Tell me I got your phone number. I gotta have your phone number. Let's see here. Here we go. 917. I almost said it out loud there. Why isn't it liking that? Technology. Why isn't that working? Hey, let me add this to contacts. It's having a hard time coming up on my pooter, so I'm gonna call you back and try to get it on my computer so I can link it on the thing. It's the best looking yarmulke ever. Let's see here. Oh boy. Hey Sam, if you're watching this, how do I get my Oh, get that contact into. Ah, hi, Evan.
Dude,
Can you do me a favor?
yeah.
Can you can you put your window into landscape mode for me?
Um, I'm such not a technical person. I have no idea what that is.
Just hold your phone like this.
Oh yeah.
Awesome. Let's see here. And
Hi, Ian.
hi, Evan. How are you doing? So tell me about your pandemic yarmulke you got there.
Well, I thought this was a mask. Am I wearing it correctly?
It's well, I mean, if you got a mouth up there, then yeah.
Well, you know me. I have like several up there. Yeah.
Uh huh. I'm talking about yours, not the ladies.
Oh well, yeah.
Hold on
So
a
it could
sec.
be like this.
Let me turn you up here. So yeah, pandemic for pirates. That's good.
Yeah. Yeah. This is good. This is. How you doing, bro?
Pretty good. So you were texting with Mamie?
Yeah. Yeah. I was just, we check in on each other just to see what we're doing.
How's she doing?
She's good. She's hanging in there.
Is the shop doing okay?
Yeah, I think so. I think that taking it slow, like kind of all of us, but just doing it.
And so you've got quarantine regulations in place, right? You're passing guitars off on the street.
Yeah, I. It's funny. When all this started, I have like one customer who bought me like I don't know, maybe like 250, 300 guitars. So I said to myself, I was like, this guy's such an easy guy to deal with. I could deal with him outside. And so I did that with him and another customer for like the first month in April. And my wife just kept saying that that was like a slippery slope. Um,
She's not wrong.
no, she's not. So coming in May, I was like, you know what? Let me just deal with like my regular customers. People I've dealt with before who know me, know my shop, know my work, and like it's not going to be like an introduction phase
Yeah.
between me and the customer. So I started doing that curbside, and it's been busier than I thought it would be. So
Yeah. Well, people are doing two things. One, they're reacquainting themselves with guitar playing, which is nice. But they're also looking for excuses to leave the house. So
yeah, I have people buying guitars and bringing them in, and you can't keep people down for that long. They freak out and have to do something
they
splashy.
do. It's been exceptionally hard on the Type A personalities, don't you think? Like,
Yeah, I mean, like for me personally, my splashy move was I switched from like non-dairy vegan cheese
uh
to cheese.
huh, look at you, look at
I
you.
know, I know. It's been good. It's a little risky, but
Uh huh. How's your wife dealing with all this?
it's she's a filmmaker and a writer, and she teaches film stuff online. So every couple of weeks I remind her that there's a pandemic because she never leaves the house in the first
Uh
place.
huh. Uh huh. Well, I set up my basement shop here, and it's, like I'm sharing it with the cat shitter and the laundry. So, but I'm really liking it. I gotta say.
It doesn't suck working at home,
Yeah,
right?
I bump my own jams. I bump them as loud as I want. I go upstairs and, you know, pet my dog, that kind of
Yeah, yeah.
stuff.
It's
Um,
like if I don't have attention to do something, I just walk away from it and do something else, you know?
yeah, yeah, that's it for me. Like a lot of the stuff that I do is really tude. I gotta have the right tude for it. Like and yeah, that being able to kind of flit around and be a flake and work on something that's, maybe more representative of how I'm feeling at the time.
Yeah,
As
it's
much
when
as
I used to do
I'm loath to admit that hippie nonsense, like it seems to work with guitar repair.
when I first started years ago, I used to do a lot of pearl inlay, and you kind of have to be in the zone for that.
Yeah, the squinting zone.
Yeah, squinting and cursing mildly, and
Uh, when I was working at Breedlove, I used to work right next to Kim Breedlove, who did all the inlay,
yeah,
and he'd get like, I don't think he was, I think, resistant to the optivisor, but he'd get like three different pairs of glasses going at the same time,
right on.
like one would be kind of askewed, and I don't know, like he was really that guy was fun to work with.
I do a lot of my work now just staring through a kaleidoscope.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just takes the stress down, you know.
So I've done a couple StewMac videos with Dan now, and
Right.
you know how he's like upgraded his optivisor to have two
Yeah.
magnifiers hanging off of him. I was telling him, like, the next time we do one, I'm gonna like put three on there.
Oh, totally.
Uh,
Just keep jazzing it up,
yeah,
until
yeah,
it's into the past.
yeah. And so then he'll do four, and then I figure by the end of it, we'll both have like just welding helmets made out of magnifiers.
Well, I think a prescription welding helmet is kind
Uh
of. I was texting with Glasser yesterday.
huh.
Yeah, so he moved into his house.
Yeah, he did. I went over and saw it right as this was kicking off, kind of like before we knew it was going to be serious, but everybody was still kind of like keeping
Right.
keeping a distance. I went over and I looked at it, and it looks nice. Like, I think I think he's going to be real happy there.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I hadn't heard from him for a bit, so I was happy he got in touch with me yesterday.
Well, once this ends, we should get back together with our all of us scruffy loose getting back together and doing our little bi-monthly get together or whatever
Oh,
it was.
totally. Yeah. I mean, well, not right now, I think, unless we just want to cut down on the competition.
Yeah.
But
So how I'm curious about, has this got you like thinking about living in the city long term? Like, are you all like, what, fuck this city living, I'm fucking out of here? Or
you know what? To be honest with you, yesterday was the first day in my 51 years of living in New York
yeah,
that I said, what would it be like to live in a small town?
yeah.
So what I did was I turned on the Twilight Zone. The monsters are due on Maple Street.
Yeah.
And then I changed my mind.
Yeah, okay. Well, you know.
No, I don't know. It's I'm like such a city guy. I can't.
Yeah.
My wife and I, when we went on our honeymoon, we did like all around the Northwest, like Montana and Wyoming and Utah and all that shit. And what I realized is that open spaces and nothing on the horizon just scares the fucking shit out of me.
It's something, isn't it? Like, yeah, you get used to stuff, and I remember moving to Santa Fe, New Mexico, just from my regular shithead suburb in Oregon, and the first night I was there, it was so quiet that I couldn't sleep for it being too quiet.
Yeah,
Like, that was nutty. And then when I was living in Bend, I moved back to Salem, and then I couldn't sleep because it was too noisy. Like,
it was too noisy.
Yeah, like you just get used to something, and change, scares you or something.
Well, like my old place, I think you were at my old place on 106th Street. I was outside of my window was a bus layover.
Uh-huh.
So I got used to a city bus being parked and starting and stopping outside of my house for like 13 years. Then we moved up here. I'm on the 5th floor now, and it's like dead quiet. I don't even hear neighbors. So it was a transition, you know.
Yeah. Hey, can we see your shop? I don't think I've seen your new shop.
Oh crap! Let me. Hopefully we won't lose connection because. Hang on. Let's see. Let me turn the lights on.
Are you on your laptop or are you on your phone?
No, I'm on the phone.
Can you flip the camera?
Yeah, I think I have the capabilities of doing that. Can I? Who the fuck knows?
Just start mashing buttons.
It's an iPhone. There's no buttons. There we go.
Look at you.
Yeah, it's pretty freaking organized.
Look at you. Look at you with the totes. Look at you with the everything hanging.
Oh, dude, yeah. It's nut files, the new diamond guys.
How you feeling about those?
Love them.
Yeah, everybody says.
Yeah, it's the shit. It honestly is.
Do you find that you wind up going past where you're aiming for on when you're swiping with them at first, or does it?
When I look through the kaleidoscope, yeah.
Now, I don't
know, the only shop project I did was I actually started organizing drawers. So like I got these like drawer dividers to like sort of get everything kind of organized.
Oh yeah, you went the silverware organizer route. That's a nice thing.
Yeah, because I have like thousands of tuners and stuff. So that was kind of fun. And
are you still wheeling and dealing in parts, or do you just tell people to buy their parts and drop ship them to you?
Well, there's staples that you need, so those are the things that I keep in stock. But if it's something like esoteric, like it's a specific pickup or something like that, then I have them bring it themselves.
Yeah.
And then I got this guy, which is cool. It's a little screen that shows funny pictures.
Hey, tell me about those lights. Those are those LED.
Oh, dude, I love these. Here, let me turn them on. Hang on.
Are those from Amazon? I almost bought some of those, I think.
Yeah, I found them on Amazon. They don't heat up. They have 3 different light
colors,
things. Like quality of light.
Yeah.
And so you can pivot them. You can kind of do whatever you want with them, spin them, and it's just like super light. I also have 2 spots, like in the corners.
Oh, that's good. So you got light coming from your back.
Yeah, I got light hitting the headstock for like when I'm doing nuts and stuff like that. And because I live in a New York apartment, my belt sander vents out into a cardboard box. So
yeah.
So I have a light that's down and hits the belt sander, so I can see what I'm doing.
I was just talking to Dan. He bought one of those Festool shop vacs that's supposed to be like ultra HEPA. And you might think about one of those, plus you can walk around saying Festool,
which I do most of the time because of the Tourette's. But
Festool.
I got pictures. I got a picture of you up here somewhere, I think.
What's that about? I didn't know I was.
Wait, I think. Do I not have a fucking picture of you? Hang on.
I'll send you one.
No. I'm about to order more pictures. And I don't have them. Yeah, I have. Actually, I took them specifically of you. So we've got Mamie up there, Glasser, Tom Crandall, Gary Brower, Joe Conkley, Dave Collins, Megan, Danny Brown from Martin.
Oh, that's nice.
Chelsea and Isaac and Tom Rebecki and
Yeah.
Dan. There's Dan and me.
Dude, that's some good fun.
Dan and Joan when they came to New York.
Yeah. Oh man, that was fun. That was fun having them out here.
My God.
I wound up driving Dan around quite a bit, and it was a real treat, because I only knew Dan through the Stu Mac stuff, and so like getting the full Dan experience was, that dude's a real A real guy.
Here's what I will say is, when I get to his age, I have never been so excited about anything.
I know.
He is about guitars at the age that he's at.
I know.
You know? Yeah, it's miraculous. You know, he's such a sweetheart.
So I named my YouTube channel I Hate Guitars, and I was on the fence about it, but I reached out to him. I said, Dan, I know you love guitars. If I name my YouTube channel Ian Hates Guitars, is it going to make you sad, or are you going to think it's funny? It's like, oh, that's funny. So I went, all right.
What did he say?
He said it was funny. I'm like, I got to go with it. All right. So, but yeah,
I think. I'm going to go back to the room because I'm losing connection here.
Okay. Well, Evan, I'm going to go back to my stream. It was good. It was good chatting with you, yo.
You too, brother. Let's talk again.
All right. Talk to you later.
Awesome, brother.
Check back. Oh, Alan, you like that light? I'm gonna get a link for that shit. Those look nice. We'll get another soda. Alan, how's North Carolina treating you so far? James Hood says he's going to swing by in a little bit. Danny West. Danny, you want to? Danny, send me your phone number in Instagram chat. I'd like to do what I did just now with. Do you have a second, Danny? If you do, send me your phone number in Instagram chat. I'd like to FaceTime with you and take a look at your shop. Popping them necks. Cashing them checks. Yeah, look at that. You two know each other. Yeah, Alan, that shop, I mean, Jesus. What are you going to do with all that space? How's the temperature down there? Are you going to have to block some of it off to make a kind of an insulated area, or are you going to heat the whole damn space? Hey, Danny, are you going into the shop? Could you just type in there like when you think you'll be heading down there? Copy that. Hmm. Getting a little bit of latency. Alan, is there one thing you miss about New Jersey other than me? Yeah. Well, I've got a couple of your customers, and so far you've sent me some pretty nice guys. Shit, is it already 11:48? Holy moly. Sam, how's that chat look? Is that legible? Enrico, that's good, man. Yeah, Ted, that last one was fucking shit. Enrico, did you enjoy seeing Evan's work area? Here's a little tip. I'm just making this little brace getter. We got one in here. Got a back brace that's loose, and when you drill through there, it makes this burr on here. If you don't want to like a super aggressive one, but if you sand it off a little bit to where it's not like crazy. So, and I'm drilling those holes to like catch glue, so it's like transporting glue. But if you sand that burr off to where it's not crazy, it actually makes a pretty good cleanup device for the old glue. So you stick it in there, get it between the brace, and slide it back and forth with that little burr on there, and you'll pull some out. You don't want too much of that burr on there, or you'll rip the shit out of the wood. But tell you what, this right here is what my Leo Fender developed a guitar that didn't have an inside. The telemarketers. Do I have a mess of people in the live stream for a second trying to spam me? Sam, give me an idea what you want here. So I could do. I love how you guys are all chatting in the chat amongst yourselves. I'd like it if this kind of got big, but in some ways I kind of like to keep it small so it could be like this. Luthier Guillaume, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, but man, you're absolutely welcome. Am I pronouncing that right? If you want, you can put a phonetic spelling in the chat, and I'll try to remember. I can't make any promises though. Luthier Guillaume. Bye, Alan. Jesus. What the fuck? Is this HDPE or not? Come on now. Evan, have you ever met Danny before in RL? Yeah, buddy. I don't know why they didn't just. I don't know. I mean, I understand. This is a lot of kit for Stu Mac to come up with. I love these things, but I don't know why this didn't just have like a set screw or thread on or something like that. It would be nice too if they made HDPE inserts for these. Like, I got a whole idea of, like, I mean, they could have 100 different things to screw in here for braces and stuff that would be pretty awesome. Well, we need to do. I need to talk to Dan. Evan, if you think Dan would have you out to the shop when we do one of these, another one of these finish things when the pandemic lifts? He's let me bring a guest a couple times, so maybe I'll +1 you on that and have you come out. Maybe Danny will come out and you guys can meet. 3D print and HDPE, that would be pretty tight. It might be time. Have you any of you guys messed around in any of the CAD? I did Fusion 360 when it was well, it's still free, but I found it very approachable. Any of you guys messed around with like Fusion 360 or anything? What's this every year for 8 years or so thing? How many of you guys are into CADs and CNCs and stuff? brace getter. Yeah, I I was supposed to be out there with Tim. He was going to do a backstrap, and I was going to touch it up. And United Airlines conspired against us. Shit, yeah, motherfucker. Ted, I spent about 8 months doing Fusion 360 for I just was curious, and so I had some blueprints that I'd turned into PDFs for F5 mandolins, and I spent about 6 months trying to 3D 3D CAD mandolin neck, and I'll tell you that's like probably not the project to start with. Like I think like widgets for the end of clamps for getting braces and shit like that is really good. But I will say 6 months, and I had most of it down. Although my dog was noticeably more nervous from me screaming and throwing my laptop around and stuff like that. So in the end, I don't know if it was worth it. So I'm thinking about switching the stream thing to Saturday. Would that be better? I think I'll Luth from home on Saturdays, but people are going to be more interested in tuning in if it's not on somebody else's work day. I know everything's kind of up in the air right now with the pandemic and whatnot. Yep, the thing is still on. What? Sam, do we get enough for doing a tip with that brace catcher? I can make another one from scratch and do it with the 4K camera. Could also actually do a proper recording with 4K camera. That might make sense. Yeah, I don't know. You know, like Ted, I'm not sure I'm going for a broader audience. I think to a certain extent. Okay. So that I think so is that we got enough to do a tip. Hey Sam, is the latency is it creating any coherency issues with the chat at all? This foam insulation from Home Depot, I use this stuff all the time. This amount of flexibility, it's just so ideal for a lot of different things. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead. Maybe what we'll do is we'll do. Hold on one second. So I think what we'll do is we'll do a viewer question here. It's actually full of a brand new headache. So let's see here. Sorry, this is just gonna take a second here. Slow ass computer. Whoa. Uh-oh. Sorry about this dead time, guys. I'm trying to pull up a picture. That's a Gigunda one. Oh my god. Come on. Oh my god. All right. So I got this email the other day, or excuse me, text. Whoop. Mm, mm. All right. So I got this text the other day from a fella, and he said, it's gonna be anonymous, by the way. Let's call him Engelbert Finkelmeister to protect the innocent here. I cleaned up the mess I made, so I'll send you this note. I had initially used this touch-up marker, which matched perfectly, but edged existing lacquer and made it non-smooth and kind of lumpy. But visually was perfect because of the uneven finish. I sanded it off to try to lightly spray and to try to lightly spray the area, which I have now removed back to square one. So I don't know how easy this is to see on here, and I don't have a way to do a pointer on there, but you can see the original ding that is kind of center bottom on there. But so the first thing I want to say is to anybody that's looking at this, I have been in this same exact position right here. Um, it's this is a testament to, like, you got to keep it small. Like everything I do in touch-up is about keeping the area of effect to the smallest possible area. Like this has gotten out of control. When I first saw this, having seen this and before, and having produced results like this before, like I instantly just got this kind of wave of like gut punch PTSD. Like the back of my pants were like kind of getting a little swampy there, just from looking at this, because I know how this goes. Um, so it was probably a ding, and he probably had a couple good swipes at it with that touch-up marker just to make it, a little bit less noticeable. But then it just kept going and going and going. Now, uh, I've never successfully done much where I was going for really good results. I've never done much with the touch-up markers and had it work out. I think they're shellac based, but they got a lot of exotic chemicals in them, I think, to make it flow and to make them not clog up. They smell like Chinese ass cancer, so I'm just guessing that they've got a lot of solvents in there, and so it's easy. What he's talking about like it getting kind of balled up on the edges. It's easy for that stuff to like, even though it's not like a proper solvent for lacquer, like any of those exotic alcohols will actually make lacquer soft and kind of get you off to the races with a mess. So one of the other thing that's going on with this touch up, and I can just barely see it, but he's broken through the clear coat. There's anytime you kind of sand it off, you're going to break through the clear coat, and there's going to be this little halo around the touch up where you're actually, because the dye or the color has gotten kind of reactivated with the solvents or whatever, you're always going to have this kind of halo of high saturation color around there. So this is a custom shop fender. I think it's an Eric Johnson, and I'm not sure what the finish schedule was on this. I don't know what kind of colors they were using. I don't know what kind of lacquer they were using. It pretty clearly, just by the way that the pen went after, it's a nitro finish, but I don't know exactly what it is. And so he sent it to me to do something with it, and I'm looking at it, and this is the type of thing when I bid it, like I'm gonna think long and hard about, uh, what's the best way to go about this. Now I got a few techniques, and I could probably make this pretty good, but whiling away the hours on this, when you could just strip, it's not a vintage instrument. It's a nice guitar, but if you could just strip this top and refinish it, there's some point where endless futzing with touch up and just taking it on the chin and refinning it. The refin is probably the better idea. Um, this is a squeaker. This is a real squeaker. I'm not set up to refin, um, but like, I mean, $1,000 touch up on this, it doesn't really make sense. So as it turns out, he sent me the guitar, so we're gonna actually look at the guitar in person here. See what's what, see who's who, see what's where, when's why, etc., 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 double, etc. Yes, Danny. Oof. Oof, indeed. How much longer do we have till? We got about a half hour till 10. Excited. +1 for the packing during bubble wrap. Good news. No peanuts. Oh shit. That's a good idea. He sent this with the screws intact in this. Am I hanging out after Tim? I haven't decided yet. I haven't had lunch yet. I might take a break. Um, but Danny, I want to do a a whole series on small shops. So I might get with you during the middle of the week. I want you to be the first one on my kind of small shop series. I'm really interested, especially with the pandemic going on. I'm really interested in how guys are organizing their small spaces. So yeah, a ghost head. We'll see what we got here. Do 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 do. You guys are looking for good. Anybody else interested in YouTubing or anything like that? Like this kind of shit. This my wife turned me onto this for her work. This is a document camera, 4K document camera. Does a pretty good job at shooting guitar shit though. Let's see here. Jesus, Claire. Turn this slide off. All right. So here it is. Oh my god. It's like trying to do something on the guitar with a mirror. Alright. Eat shit camera. There's latency on this camera, so it's actually quite challenging to use. And its autofocus is really not up to snuff on the it's really not up to snuff on the thing here. Oh my god. Somebody help. I need like soft boxes or something. It is the same cam from the workshop, and it's really flailing around with this high gloss situation. Jonathan, I'm not into sucking up any time and cost for repairs. As a matter of fact, it pisses me off when I hear people doing that because this is how I make my living, and people out there doing it because guitars deserve things really bothers me. I've never had a plumber do any free work for me because he just thought the house fucking deserved it. I mean, don't get me started about guitar repair being some hippie dick off job. So looking at this, there's a ding right here. There's a little bit of discoloration right here. I'm not sure what's going on here, but just my hunch. This is going to be a $400 repair probably. So I got some techniques. Jonathan, I'm not really worried about the old lacquer flaking off. I'm not sure. This is a new guitar, so I'm not worried about that. What I'm really worried about is kind of layer lines of color and the edging, and then the kind of saturation difference here on the very edge. I don't know if you can see it there. It's not really coming out, but there's always like this little halo around it that has to be dealt with. So it's a tricky repair. Um, like I tell everybody, it could look good. You know, it's not going to be invisible. Might be invisible over time. This might be one of those repairs where I get it pretty close, and over time the colors settle out and it kind of settles into something good. But you know, he's broken through the color layer into the wood enough to where he's changed the oxidation levels in the wood. So there's that to deal with. But yeah, so um, bottom line, keep it small. Keep, you know, if you got a ding, you know, just use all the techniques you can to keep the repair small. Basically, I don't, you know, you can't go at it with, if you don't like your attempt, you know, let it. And if you used lacquer with your attempt, you know, you got to let it sit a day before you take it off, and you got to take it off mechanically, just like I was showing in that Stu Mac video with the plexiglass block and the sandpaper. You know, you put the sandpaper on there, you see it, and then you just slowly take your attempt off mechanically. If you start wiping on this guitar with solvents, I guarantee you that's how this got this big. Is he didn't like his attempt and he started wiping off attempts with solvents, and it was just dragging stuff around. And I've done it, you know, like I've sanded wet lacquer, I've wiped wet lacquer, you know, and it's just, you know, like you gotta like really, on projects like this, you gotta really protect your emotional state and not get, you know, going down that rabbit hole of sweaty pants and getting angry and angry. You also have to measure your expectations too. You can't expect that this is going to be invisible. You know, like I'm not expecting this is going to be invisible. Um, but I'm going to have a long talk with them too about sending it to somebody to have it refinished. I'm not set up to refinish, and you know, I certainly could refinish this if I, you know, set my mind to it. But probably be better to send it to somebody who's their forte is refinishing. Any questions on this one? We still streaming? He's not wrong about that marker, though. I mean, the spots where the marker remains. I mean, it's pretty good. Yeah, this is going to be one of those ones where, too, where, you know, like I could probably hit the color. I could probably make it look good from a lot of angles, but there's going to be like it's going to look really good, and then there's going to be one weird angle where it just jumps out. That's the thing. That's the thing where like you really got to have all the layers going on at the same level. There's a few tricks, but I've never made anything, you know, hit all the angles every time and then just completely disappear. Got a few new tricks I'm going to try on this one though. Chucking Instagram. It's a lot of my day right here, sadly. I'm not sadly. I like all you guys. New Luth to follow. Follow every Luth on here. Hey, Emmett McCusker, you are welcome. How often do you learn something from someone you follow? It's almost daily for me. Instagram. Yeah, Danny. I can't. I can't put it into words. You know, I'm like a little further along in the Lutheran thing than you. Like, I will get caught off guard by something every once in a while, and go, "Wow." Mostly, what I like seeing is guys having fun with it. It that's the main thing. I'm pretty fucking burnt out, And but I spent 20 years not being burned out and absolutely loving this job. So it actually, what I'm looking for in there is not the tips, but watching younger people getting jazzed about it and kind of living vicariously through other people that haven't, had thousands of interactions with guitar players as customers. Tim, are you in the chat by any chance? Tim Frick, are you in the chat? Yeah, Danny, it's okay for Tim. Should we do a little test run? Make sure we're up to snuff. All right, let's see here. So Tim, do me a favor. Just make sure that when we do this, make sure that you've got like any open tabs that you got, like anything that could possibly be eaten into your bandwidth. Make sure those are closed. And we'll give this a little bit of a whirl here. Let's see here. Hold on one second, everybody. Hey, babe. So I'm gonna be doing my centerpiece here. I'm not saying I'm not learning from other people on Instagram. I should just say that's not my, and I don't want to like come off like some tool that thinks he knows it all or anything. It's just not. It's not what I'm on there for. But I can't even imagine the resource. I mean, Jesus. I mean, we had a handful of books, a handful of magazine articles when I was coming up. Yeah, that there just wasn't that much information. So much of this job is making it up as you're going along. Any little idea is important when you're loose in here. Let's see here. Hi Tim. Awesome.
Alright. What's up?
How you doing, man?
Not bad.
Let's see here. I wanna see if I can transition this. So we got about 10 minutes left to go. Oh man, you're coming in loud and clear here.
Great.
So when we do this, I'll just do a little intro, and I'll say, who you are and why I heart you, and then we'll just be off to the races. So like I'll just like I said yesterday, we'll have that question up front about kind of how you got going, and then we'll just be off to the races, chit chatting.
Cool.
And then so we'll try to go for an hour. And what I'll do is I'll open it up for people to ask questions in the chat, and then see how things go.
Cool.
Okay, I'll call you back in a little bit.
All right.
Okay, bye.
Yeah. See ya.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, Tim's got to. I'll tell him he's got to get that baboon, the brightly bottomed baboon. So what should we do in the interim? We got 10 minutes. Any of you guys got any questions? Ask a question about me. I love that everybody was chatting with themselves in the thing. Nobody's like, "What are you doing over there?" Like, Alan, how big is your shop? Testing, testing. All right. So, 53, 12:53. We're almost coming up on 1. Take a little look at Instagram here. Bruce and Sons. I like their Instagram. I like their guitars. Guitar Nuts and Bolts. Follow this guy. I think he's just getting going. He's in his garage. He's got a lot of passion for the guitar repair and the Luthier there. He's got a blue Les Paul, looks like. This guy, this Scottish guy. Oh boy, Raga Guitars. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but man, I'm gonna get him on the show. We're gonna talk about creative cursing around the guitar shop. Good guy, getting his Luth on. I'm not sure how to pronounce this. Gulif Guitar Repair. You and I have been friends on Instagram for God, I don't know how long. Probably since the very beginning. Miyamoto Luthier, I'm not sure about. Can we talk about this guy for a second? Fucking wolf and shit, man. All right, let's see here. Get the chat going, back going. Hey, Alex, how you doing, man? Paul, I'm excited to hear those sharpening stone. Evan, your fascination with my shorts, man, it sounds like one of those conversations we're going to have in private. Maybe get our mustaches trimmed first, that kind of thing. West Guitar Works, holy moly, you're nearly doubling my my stream totals here. Hey Sam, I'm wondering, I'm wondering if I mute the visuals on these on my webcam scene. I wonder if that's going to get me some CPU horsepower. I don't think the CPU takes a break on those cameras if you just switch your scenes. Be interesting to look at. Community, ugh. Fucking community of one up in here. Oh, are we making a community? Damn it. I didn't even think about that. I'm against communities. That's a joke. You guys can have communities if you want. You guys want to talk about my favorite Alison Krauss record, Too Late to Cry? I'm not listening to a whole lot of bluegrass anymore, but I'll tell you what, this Alison Krauss album, her first one, fucking piss shiver city, man. Sam, if we got a HOA going, I gotta tell you, I'm painting my house metallic boysenberry. That's an old Kim Breedlove joke right there. He had some guy was going off to Home Depot to get paint for stickering wood, and Kim was like, "Now go to Home Depot and get your regular colors, your reds, your yellows, your blues. Don't come back here with no metallic boysenberry." Killing time, telling Kim Breedlove stories. do you think? We got 2 minutes left. Should we just get them on here? I don't know how important it is to keep time going. Get one of these. That's nice. A little magic. Yeah, that I like. What's the Union Station? There's one with Union Station. That's another one that I like. But man, when she was a young like known for her fiddle playing almost more than for her singing. I mean, her fiddle playing. I put her fiddle playing up against just about anybody. Man, just send a shiver right down your spine. It's so good. All right, let's get this. Let's get the game on the road on the show here. Hi, Tim.
Hey, there you are.
Okay, let me get this. Oh shit.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Let me see.
Ah.
Let me see. Okay. Let me transition. And we're live with Tim Frick. Tim, how are you doing, man?
Doing well.
Do we need to can we talk about mustaches just real quickly? Oh, you
Sure.
oh, hold on. I just lost you again. I got to have that window open apparently.
Okay.
Okay. So, I'm glad I didn't lose you completely. So, I love the mustache.
Yes.
Is this a normal thing, or is this a pandemic thing, or is this like, are you trying it out?
It's an occasional thing. Sometimes, I was shaving the other night and I got this part and I got up to here and I just gave up.
That's it, yeah. So, you have a significant other, right?
Yeah.
And when you exited the bathroom and you made your first appearance, what kind of reaction did you get?
It was kind of like, ooh.
Oh, okay.
He liked
All right.
it.
I like this.
It's cool.
All right. So
It wasn't, it's fine.
So I think I gotta ask you. You know, we spent some time together at the Gallup thing. We did that whole had you out for Woodstock and stuff. I don't know if I ever really got much of a background on you. Like, did you start out? Did you do an apprenticeship? Did you go to school, or were you kind of a self starter? And if you were a self starter, kind of what did that look like?
Yeah, self starter. I started making guitars in high school. So I started playing bass when I was 14, and then because I had been making things out of wood pretty much my whole life,
Can I stop you just for a second? So was sharpening on your radar before you even got into guitars, or were tools kind of on your radar before guitars?
Well, yeah, way before.
Okay.
Yeah. I guess my dad gave me a pocket knife probably when I was 3 or 4. I remember closing it on my thumb one time. Probably way too young to be walking around with a pocket knife, but whittling, and then I got into wood carving and like Boy Scouts, Cub Scouts, wood shop in junior high and high school. And then I started playing bass and just put the two things together. I ordered a Stumac fretless neck, and I made a body for it, and then I made a neck, and then I made a neck through, and you just
What year would you say that was that you ordered the fretless neck and made the body?
89 maybe.
Oh my God! So the Stumac catalog was just a thin little. It's just a thin little thing.
Yeah.
So you made the body, and then you made the neck. So you're getting into like throwing a truss rod into stuff and getting kind of into the more, people tend to get intimidated by the neck. So you were not intimidated, and you decided, I'm going to learn this truss rod stuff. And
Yeah.
and
Yeah, I had a book about making electric guitars.
the
It shows you how to do it.
that Melvin, was it Melvin?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I
Yep.
had that one. I never wound up making anything based on that book, but I remember thinking it was well written. Like it was,
Yeah.
there was some good information in there that I think a
Mhm.
lot of the other books of the day kind of glossed over. Um,
Mhm.
so I can't remember his name, but it is a good. I think it's still probably a pretty good book for getting started. So you go and you build this, and you're like, something snapped in you, and you decided you wanted to have a career kind of doing it, or did it kind of happen more organically than that? Did you walk into a shop and
Well, yeah. Well, that happened later. I mean, so I made electric guitars for 4 or 5 years, and then I took Tom Rebecki's archtop class, probably 94, 95, and then I started making archtops. That's how I got into that. And that was, pretty kind of pre-internet still. There wasn't Bob Benedetto's book had just come out, so there wasn't a ton of, you couldn't go online and just watch YouTube videos all day. So seeing actually someone make a guitar start to finish in 1 week, every step of the process it explained a lot to me, and it gave me a good understanding of how it's done, and also that it is doable.
yeah, it's
took a lot of the fear out of it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of steps involved in building a guitar, and there's a lot of fear involved in each step. Like it's easy to get bogged down and think you're never going to get through to the last step. Like I think for a lot of people that kind of get started, having that, seeing it done and be more of a process, a complete process, is pretty powerful for a lot of people, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So Rebecca, and so was that a course? Was he doing a school, or was that a like come hang out in my workshop? And
Yeah, that's a class. I don't know if he's still doing it. I went to one. It might have been the last one he did. It was maybe a couple of years. He may still be doing it, but it's this thing he does every year. It's a week long. There maybe have been 5 people in that class. It's pretty small, and it's just early morning to whenever you quit in the day for however long it takes. I think it was 7 days.
So are you as a student, are you start to finishing a guitar in that time, or at least getting it into the white, or is it
Well, I'm never working on one guitar every day until start. I mean, there's always, I've always got more than one guitar going and repair stuff mixed in with that.
No, I meant at the school. Was he?
Oh.
Was he getting people to in the white?
Oh, no. We weren't. It wasn't a hands-on thing.
It wasn't hands-on.
No.
It was watch me do this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and take as many pictures as you want. Copy his templates, his jigs, whatever. It's just a great sharing of information.
Cool.
Yeah.
So you, based on the Rebecca class, that's where you switched from doing kind of solid body electrics, and you started doing your own archtops and started going down that path.
Mm-hmm.
Are you still in San Francisco at this point, or?
No, I'm in Portland. Moved up here in August.
No, I mean back in the day.
Yeah. Well, I guess I was still living it. Oh no, was I? Yeah, I was in the Bay. I think I was going to school in either Santa Barbara, or I was at Cal Arts for 2.5 years. I went to music school. I got a degree in jazz bass, and then making guitars whenever I can.
Mm-hmm.
Like me coming home in the summer at my parents' garage.
So you were garage shopping it for a while just to get going.
Still am.
Well, I mean, yeah, but so, and then when did you start looking at doing some repair to kind of like keeping the keeping the mix and kind of like get your day filled with guitars rather than it kind of being.
Yeah. Well, okay, so I think I was 25. I had just graduated from college. I was living in San Francisco. I had a job at a furniture shop, which ended abruptly. That's a whole nother story. But so I was unemployed for a while. I had this electric bass that I made. I took it down to Real Guitars to try to sell it so I could pay my rent.
Uh-huh.
And the guy up front, Ben, he took a look at it and he said, "Hey, Brower, check this out." And Gary came over and looked at it and he said, "Are you looking for a job?" And I said, "Okay, yes, I am."
Today I am.
And yeah.
So Gary took you on, and
Yeah.
and you were just like that was basically the start of your like full-time career in guitars, do you think? Or?
Yeah, trial by fire. As far as repair goes, I think I had made 60 some odd electric and a few arch tops by then, but I hadn't done much repair at all.
Yeah.
And as you know, it's quite a different. There's a lot of overlap, but it's a whole different set of skills.
It is a whole different set of skills, and you know, I can, you know, as a custom builder, I can tell that you've spent time in a repair. Like guys will do building and they'll do a little bit of repair on the side kind of thing, but I can tell just by looking at your fret ends that you've spent time actually repairing, not like, you know, it's pretty obvious in looking at your guitars that you're kind of a double threat that way. But so what do you and I was always curious about that. So did you ever have like so have you always been kind of a double trajectory, or have you, you know, are you kind of going just whichever way the work takes you, or what's your kind of how are you feeling about all that stuff, I guess?
Well, you know, the last 18 years or so, repair, I've been full-time repair, but I've also had a shop at home, or at least access to a shop for most of that time. So, you know, I've always been making instruments, and that's always been kind of what I've wanted to do more than repair, but as you know, it's tough. Making them is one thing, selling them is another.
Yeah, I mean,
and repair is steady work.
It's steady work. Yeah, it's available, you know, and it also like it can be important to inform the work, you know, in construction too. I think like
Totally.
Yeah, you see other designs fail, or you see, you know, one of the things in repair we see a lot is a lot of indie builders that just have no idea what they're doing, and they're trying some crazy stuff, and you know, you get a sense that way, like if you thought about having some kind of wild recurve on your guitar or something like that, you see somebody else's wild recurve, maybe you're like, all right, normal recurve is fine, you know.
Yeah, and you know, I've seen a lot of guitars come in that the woodworking's great. You know, maybe this guy was a cabinet maker or a furniture maker, and he started making guitars, and the woodworking's tight. But then you look at the frets, and you look at the fingerboard, and it's just. I think fretwork is something that a lot of guitar makers kind of don't spend enough time on.
Yeah.
It's kind of this last thing.
Yeah.
Before you put the finish on, you know.
I can understand it too, because it is the last thing, and you're probably like, as you get to that, you know, like I've built a couple mandolins, and like that kind of chain of incompetence that moves through a build where you're just like, you're not happy with this one little thing at the very beginning, but you still got to get it done, and then you know, you almost got like this love-hate relationship with the instrument probably by the time that you're getting done with it, and they're probably just like, oh, hammering frets in. But so you were getting back to the repair trajectory. You were at Gary's for a number of years, and then you wound up moving up to Palo Alto and rubbing aprons with Frank.
Yeah, I started going down there a day or two a week for about a little over 3 years,
Mm-hmm.
right before I moved up to Portland. And that was, I think, Brian Michael. He was, I think he sent me an email saying, because they were looking for people,
Mm-hmm.
because it's, as you know, it's tough to find people who do this work, and that have experience, and that, in the case of Griffin, can afford to live in Palo Alto,
Yeah.
So I ended up going down there, and it's. You ever been down?
I never have. No, I went and I interviewed at Santa Cruz once in the '90s, and they wanted to pay me $9 an hour to go live in Santa Cruz, and so that didn't work out. But I have no experience in that area, just trying to make it as a Luth down there. But so what? So you got on, and did when you went there, did you kind of know the history of the place and kind of its Frank's place in the repair world?
Oh yeah. I mean, frets.com was one of the early resources available online. I spent countless hours on that.
Yeah.
Looking up stuff, and I looked at it as an opportunity, just a day a week or two, to go down and hang out with Frank Ford.
Yeah.
And pick his brain.
So what?
I ended up learning a ton of stuff.
How long were you there?
A little over 3 years.
Yeah. So was it in that brain picking? Was it like everything you hoped for, or everything you hoped for and more, or?
Yeah, because the amount of, okay, so working at Gary's up in San Francisco, I guess a lot of the older Martins just ended up at Griffin.
Yeah.
We didn't get as many of them. And so, in 17 years there, I've probably seen one 1800s Martin.
Mm-hmm.
Like any random day of the week or year at Griffin, there's going to be at least one of them there. So just having access to those instruments, and to Frank and Richard, who just know everything about him. You can ask them any question. What year did they stop doing the joint on the heads, the dart joint?
Yeah,
on
the
the
dart
heads?
joint. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's gonna rattle it right off, isn't he?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh man, I that's one thing I've never I can't crack books on guitars at all. Like it just makes me sleep. I wish I could hang out with a guy like that and just kind of get it through osmosis, because that's the only way I can.
That's because you hate guitars.
I do hate guitars, kind of. I lovingly hate them. So at Griffin for 3 years, and you're like plugging away, and did you get into any of the kind of machinist stuff that Frank is getting up to now, or did you see did you develop any kind of love for any of those kind of like side hustles and stuff that Frank's?
Well, okay, so when I was there, he made, I don't know if you saw this, he made a bass banjo.
I saw the stuff, yeah.
It was insane. He made the neck, he made the rim, he machined all the parts.
Yeah.
He made the tuners.
Yes.
These weird planetary gear tuners. It was just I don't know how many hours he put into that thing. It was beautiful.
Yeah.
And I mean, machining, and that's a whole nother, if I had another lifetime, I would want to learn about that stuff, but
Yeah, it does seem like one of those things. Like I thought maybe I dipped my toe in it. I watched some YouTube videos on it, and it was like, yeah, it's like if I had another lifetime and I could start out at like knowing absolutely nothing and having this mountain of information to try to get through, like maybe, but yeah, not this lifetime. So so now you we just Emmett McCusker says Melvin Hiscock. That's right. That's the guy's name.
That's right.
So so then you worked for Frank for 3 years, and then that's where you
Yeah.
decided to move up to Oregon.
Yeah. Well, I had been living in a house in Potrero Hill in the city, which had a garage in the backyard. But then the owner's son moved in, and I got the boot. So I ended up in a really small apartment with my girlfriend, and San Francisco rents. There was just no way we could stay, so we had to go
Yeah.
somewhere. So now we got a house. I got a big garage for my shop.
Well, I think that let's. So you're up in Portland. What shop are you working at in Portland? If people want to get, are you working through a shop?
Yeah, Portland Fretworks. I'm there
Okay.
2 days a week.
And if people want to reach out to you for a repair, how do they get you?
Just my email.
Your email, which
yeah,
is
timfrick9000 @gmail.
So do you know any of the previous 8,999 Tim Fricks, or is it?
Nope.
No. Okay. Good. So, Emmett McCuster says Rebecca has stopped teaching. So let's do some shop tour stuff.
Okay.
Should we start with your wood stash, or how do you
Oh, the stash.
how do you want to talk about this?
Okay, I'll flip this camera around.
Let's do that.
Okay, so
Oh
first
shit! Look at this.
you can see
58. Oh yeah,
it's 58% in here. A little wet.
little damp.
So I built a cabinet here that's sealed up against the wall,
Ah.
and look at that. Can you see that?
I see 42, and I think that's
42.
I think you could build at that.
I got a little dehumidifier in there.
Oh, look at that.
I got all my wood. Over here is kind of, got some necks. Got my spruce and maple, cedar, walnut, neck stuff, brace stock.
So you're not curing there. You're just keeping that acclimated for a reasonable humidity, right?
Yeah, I just keep all the wood that I can fit in there. Anything that is going to be a guitar in the next year or two, or 3 or 4, if I can fit it in there. And also stuff that I'm working on. At least until I get the top and the back glued to the sides, I'll have it in the dry box.
Yeah. Hey, to your left there, I see a guitar hanging. Is that your spray area, or is that just a curing area?
That's just hanging up. This is a little thing I started. Some big leaf maple.
Yeah.
That I got at Gilmer.
Oh, that's right. You're right next to Gilmer now.
Yeah, I can ride my bike down there.
Oh shit. So what's their situation like? Is it like a big warehouse where you can go in and just kind of go through the stacks, or is it kind of like off limits?
Yeah, there's a big kind of a big place that I don't know if you're allowed to really browse around in, but there's also another room which is a lot of it is guitar wood.
Mm-hmm.
There's stuff that's cut for guitars. It's all sealed up and numbered, and you can go in and just pick out what you want.
Cool.
They got the good stuff there, man.
Hey, Chris wanted to talk about pencils. I think we'll do that in a little bit, but
Okay.
I had a question for you. Is it possible to get a good modern pencil sharpener? What are you using for a pencil sharpener these days?
I don't know. I think they all kind of suck. I've got this cool little orange Bakelite thing that I use.
That's what you're using?
That's what I use right now. And I sharpen the blade, make sure it's sharp.
Well, okay. I would imagine if you sharpen that blade, that thing's ready for action. So
it works pretty good.
Okay. So moving along on the shop tour, let's talk about that bench. Did you build that bench, or is that a store-bought bench?
No, I built this bench. Oh wait, flip it. Okay, there it is. So it's about 4 inches thick, 24 inches wide, 7 feet long. Its top is solid birch. I read a couple books about workbench building by Chris Schwartz. You know that guy?
I don't. I'm
He's
not up on workbenches other than that I know when I see
yeah.
one like yours, I get excited.
He used to have a really good woodworking blog. He was the editor for one of the woodworking magazines. But he wrote a couple books about workbenches, and I ended up making a bench that is quite different than what I would have otherwise made.
Mm-hmm.
Real simple. The the legs are flush with the top. Hold fast here. You can clamp things to the side for working on edges,
Mm-hmm.
and you got all your you know bench dogs.
Bench dogs.
Bench dogs for the vise clamping boards.
Uh-huh.
And okay, shooting board right here. This is something that I really recommend having. I got it, on the left side of my bench set up. I have a left-handed shooting plane, just because that's kind of fits with how my bench is set up. But you want to square up the end of a board. Boom, you want to trim something real quick. It's instead of walking to a disc sander, a lot of times because I don't have a disc sander.
Uh-huh.
This is a really great thing to have. It's super handy. It's always there, always ready to go.
No, that looks cool. So is that a shooting plane because it's got an angled handle or what?
Yeah, it's
Holy moly.
yeah.
I made up some different things. What's you got an adjustable mouth on that?
Yeah.
Dude, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it sits in this groove,
Uh,
and it goes back and forth. Yeah.
I'd figured out that it went back and forth, but the handle like that, is that like a Lee Valley or what is that
Yeah,
thing?
yeah, this is the Veritas.
Oh
Uh,
man.
I think Lee Nielsen makes one too, but at the time they didn't make a left-handed version.
Uh-huh.
So,
So are you left-handed or do you have a reason for southpaw on that?
well, kind of. I'm partly left-handed. I do a lot of things left-handed,
Mm,
but just kind of because I have my vise on the
yeah.
right-hand side, and there was this, because then I can have long boards
Mm.
going out, being supported by the bench. And I have this on there. It just fits with how my bench is set up.
So let's since we talked about the planes, let's talk about the sharpening really quick. Or do you have more that you want to say about the bench?
Well, yeah, a little bit. So I
Okay,
got
keep going on the bench.
planes are down here.
Awesome.
Yeah, I got about half. I don't know. My planes are about half Japanese, half Western. I like to use both for different applications, different things. My chisels, as you can see, are almost all Japanese.
Uh-huh.
But
Is that because of the quality of the steel, or is that because of kind of the hollow grind that they like to do, or?
well, I think there's just no advantage to a Western chisel. There's no reason except that they're cheaper. Maybe I don't know.
Huh.
Yeah, I mean Japanese chisels the steel's better. They're way easier to sharpen. But here's another thing I want to show you real quick. So I set up this. Can you see that?
I can.
The vise.
Tilt down just a skosh. There we go.
Okay. So this is the Veritas. They used to make it. They don't make it anymore. It's a copy of the old Emmer pattern maker's vise. It's got the quick release, and it also flips up,
Oh.
and it rotates.
Oh.
So I can clamp a guitar in here like this,
Uh-huh.
and
Get your
work
scrape
on the
on.
sides,
Yeah.
and then I can
Oh man.
work at it like this. moving around.
Dude, that's uptown. That is uptown.
Yeah, that vice is
So that's
pretty sweet.
that's a pattern maker device. You said?
Yeah, yeah. It's what's it called? The Veritas. But they stopped making them because they were, I think, they were like $600.
Yeah, I remember those. Yeah.
Which, for a vice, it's a lot of money. But I guess just not enough people were buying them.
Yeah, but honestly, I can see why you've got one. I mean,
Oh,
unless you're gonna like go to all the trouble of getting vacuum fixtures, for hold downs for scraping and stuff like that. That's perfect. And vacuum stuff isn't cheap either. So
yeah. Yeah.
So what you want to talk about sharpening now?
Oh yeah, okay. So it doesn't usually look this clean. It's usually flooded with, stone residue but I cleaned up a little bit for this video. So I've just got 3 main stones, 1,000, 2,000. These are Shapton and 8,000 Takenoko. And I got my water thing here. I got a little squirt bottle. You can just, squirt it up and then sharpen one. And I don't know if you can see, but the height, the finished stone, because I'll pretty much only ever use the finishing stone for the back of a chisel. Occasionally I use the medium stone, but like if it's a brand new tool and I need to flatten the back, initially I'll use all 3. But see that it cleared the height because this stone is higher than that other one.
Yeah.
The back
Well, are those stones low because you've just worn them down, or?
They're partly.
Hey, going back up the block that's on top of your water tub there, is that what you're using to true up your stones?
Yeah, this is a piece of glass.
Okay.
With a piece of wood glued to it, and I just put, this is 180 grit or 320.
Okay.
And, it's a good idea, a good habit to get into after you flatten your stones.
Yeah.
That way they're always ready to go, and you're more likely to come over and sharpen your tools.
Yeah. It's frustrating to stop. It's frustrating enough to stop what you're doing because you realize that you could be sharper without coming over and having to screw around with a workstation that isn't ready to go. You're absolutely right. So let's see. You got a couple guides up there? Are you using guides, or are you freeballing?
I use this one for Western plain blades mostly. For the Japanese tools, the bevel is just a flat plane. There's no micro bevel.
Yeah.
And the back is hollow ground, so very little steel is touching the stone, and most of the front bevel is soft iron. So it's So do you ever have to re-hollow the back of those Japanese stones, or do you ever get down there? The chisels, well, with the chisel, you just if you start running out of flat in the middle there, just kind of work the edge. On a plain blade, they're wider. You can tap them out. You can kind of hit them from this side with a hammer and bend it out a little bit to recreate the flat.
I've never taken a hammer to my chisel, but there's been times that I wanted to. Let's see. So, what's that to the left there? What's that little hold down?
This thing?
Yeah.
That's a natural stone. A friend of mine actually got this he went to the mine in Kyoto and brought it back for me.
So what is that for? Is that the Nagura stone, or? This
is just a very fine finishing stone. It's probably around 20,000.
Oh, so that's like kind of your strop phase then, or something along those lines? I don't use
this for everything. If I'm finished planing something, or I need cutting some crumbly end grain with the chisel, and I need a super sharp edge.
Yeah.
I'll use this, but day to day, I'll finish just with the 8,000.
So 1,000, 2,000, and then 8,000, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So no 4,000.
No.
All right. I'm keeping track of this because I need
Yeah.
a new intermediate stone, and I haven't decided what to get, but I'm gonna.
Yeah. I've been using this setup for a long time, and
Yeah.
it's great. And also, I have one of these. It's just a little microscope kind of thing. You can. It has a light on it. You can get a really good close-up view of your edge.
Oh, good.
So what I did was go hit the 1,000 grit and then hit the 2,000 grit and go maybe this one side to side
Mm-hmm.
and this straight on
Mm-hmm.
and count how many strokes it takes until these scratches disappear
Oh, that's a good idea.
completely. Yeah, and it's because otherwise you could be just wasting a lot of time.
Yeah, wasting a lot
And
of arm
steel
hair too.
and stone.
So let's take a look at your grinder. It doesn't look like you've got any kind of fancy
Yeah,
setup.
it's not. It's just a whatever.
I
I
mean,
got a little.
you're not even like using a white stone or kind of what angle are you liking for the bench grinder?
Oh, I don't even know what that angle is.
Good.
It's it's steep enough that it'll work because I use this with um just my Western plane blades mostly and maybe a couple chisels, but it's deep enough that I can or shallow enough that I can come back and increase the angle. I've got one of these things here, a little you put the blade in and then just push the like a little stop. It sets the angle. So for different
Okay.
planes, I have different angles. Like for a
So
that's
all told, if a young person wanted to get into sharpening, I mean, you're looking at like probably a $20 bench grinder used at a yard sale. You got like probably a couple $100 in water stones, right?
yeah.
And then like you're not breaking the bank with fancy like a fancy setup here, and you're getting things real
No.
sharp.
Yeah, yeah. Real sharp, real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, because these stones they're pretty aggressive, and if you keep them flat, you keep them fresh, they do a great job
Have you
in a
ever
short amount of time.
have you what's that?
In a short amount of time.
Yeah. Have you ever messed around with any of the kind of the, I got one of those flattening stones, but the one with the grooves cut in it, and I was
Yeah,
like,
this thing.
aren't I making aren't I making that thing unflat? Like I like your glass block.
Yeah,
I feel
I
like
don't know.
that's
This thing is okay, but then you have to buy the powder, the carborundum powder
uh
or whatever it is that you sprinkle on. It works. It works well, but you have to buy that stuff. It's more stuff to buy. This
yeah,
is a piece of glass with some sandpaper
yeah,
on it.
yeah. Got plenty of sandpaper around. All right. So, let's see. Moving to the right, you got like a little bench
Right.
top thing.
Yeah, I got a little drill press here.
Uh-huh.
With the milk crate that I sit on when I'm using. Very low tech. I got a little joiner here, 6-inch Rockwell, old school.
I can't
That-
believe you have what are you just getting it close with that, and then you're going back to the shooting
Yeah,
board?
I just
or?
use this for hog and stuff. I would never
Yeah, that's not your finished joint.
anything up.
I thought,
I always plane my joints, but I've had this joiner since junior high.
uh-huh. Well, it's
Yeah.
good that it's still got a home. Oh, whoa! You got a too legit to quit table saw back in there. Is that a
Yeah.
cabinet saw?
Yeah, it's a old Powermatic.
Old, before the mustard yellow. Oh my God.
Yeah, this is probably from the 60s. A friend of mine got it from a high school wood shop in Oakland.
Uh-huh.
He gave it to me a while back. It's heavy.
So you moved that up from the Bay Area?
Yeah.
You have any designs do you press that into service or?
Yeah, mostly for fret slots.
Yeah.
As far as guitar
Oh,
making,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
the
yeah.
only thing I use it for cutting fret slots.
Uh-huh.
And this Laguna 14-inch bandsaw, very useful.
Yeah. Yeah, they Laguna really stepped up their game recently. I noticed. I
Yeah.
mean, they were always high end stuff, but they stepped up like kind of like that. Their 14-inch offerings seem like they. Does that have the Euro blade guides, or is that ball bearing guide?
It has this. There's like a ceramic
Yeah.
disc behind this. I've had this since probably '04,
Uh huh.
'05. It's an old one, but it's been great.
Yeah.
And ever since I got this saw, I stopped using the table saw for a lot of, so much you can do with the bandsaw that you would otherwise do on the table saw.
Because you're getting that straight a cut.
Yeah, and I got a 1/4 inch blade on here now, but usually I'll have this. It's the Resaw King. It's a
Yeah.
3/4 inch blade. It's got the carbide tips that are welded on. You got a fresh one of those, you can cut like 12-inch oak,
Yeah.
put a straight edge on it, and it's dead flat.
Cool. Is that lumber is that lumber that was to your left there, or?
There's a little bit of lumber, just just whatever stuff I had.
Cool.
Some Brazilian rosewood.
So where are you finishing at?
I'll show you. Right out here.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. So I got a thing here.
Uh-huh.
I just hang the guitar on that
Uh-huh.
and let her rip.
Okay. Well, you and I are going to talk after this. I think I know some people in Portland. I think I can get you some booth time. Unless you like, I mean, do you feel like someday like they'll Jurassic Park a gnat, be able to bring a gnat back to life from drilling into your guitar finish?
It could happen.
It could happen.
It could happen.
So we've been going at this for 40 minutes. I knew that was going to breeze by like a summer day. I'd like to open it up to anybody that's in the chat. Start asking those questions. We already had a pencil question, and I wanted to ask you on the pencil front. You showed me. You came out when you were staying in New York. You were like, I got to go to the pencil store, and I was like, the pencil store. And I thought you were joking, but no, you trundled off to the pencil store and came back with some crazy pencils. The one that stuck out was the one that was you could write in pencil, but then somehow it transferred in ink.
Copying pencil, yeah.
Copying pencil, that's what that's called?
Yeah, they used to use them for shipping labels, and I think for some legal documents you can.
Yeah.
It's graphite with aniline dye mixed in it.
Uh-huh.
So you can write, and then you get it. What they would do, they would get some like tissue paper, it's really thin paper, and then they would get it wet and put it on it, and it would kind of activate the dye, and that would transfer onto the other paper. And so you get a backward copy of a. It's they don't make them anymore.
They don't make them anymore. That I was just wondering, would that be great for I wonder if that would be good for if it would have any use for doing shims on a dovetail or something like that. If there was some way.
Yeah, I don't know what it would be great for. There's got to be something because.
It'd be good. It'd be good to bring them back. I mean, that pencil's too damn fancy to be left in the dustbin of history.
Yeah,
I think.
For a minute, I was trying to maybe do receipts with them. Have a little press. Say, here you go. But
that's pretty artisanal. I don't know. I mean, you're in Portland now, so maybe people would really get into that. So
maybe here.
Has anybody got any questions for Tim in the chat? I don't know. Let me just go back. Do you want to show off any of your pencils? Do you have any other pencils out in the shop?
Well, I don't have anything too crazy. Okay, I got a couple here.
Uh-huh.
Most of the good ones are inside, but okay, this is one of my favorites. This is a. Oh shit! This one. This is a Ticonderoga.
Uh-huh.
Plastic ferrule.
Yes.
World War II.
Yes.
metal rationing.
Oh my goodness.
Hmm.
So that's made out of Adirondack spruce, isn't it?
Who knows?
My understanding was that Martin got run. I'd heard a rumor that Martin had gotten run out of Adirondack spruce by Ticonderoga. Like they cut it all down for pencils.
Really?
Yeah, it was an old rumor I heard. I don't know if there's any truth
Well,
to that.
most pencils are Western red cedar.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
definitely the modern ones are definitely Western red, but yeah, the I think the old Ticonderogas were Adirondack. But yeah, just hold it up and give a little tap there.
yeah,
See if it's got a tap tone.
fitness test.
Is there anything else you want to show us? Any cool? Oh, I got a
Oh!
I got a segment. What is your widget? What's your widget?
Okay, yeah, I picked out a few things. Just a couple tools that some people might not know about that I have found useful.
That's good.
Okay, so, here, let me try to put this camera in a stand. Hold on. Okay. So the first thing I want to show you is double locking caliper.
Double locking caliper.
Yeah. So it's useful for measuring the thickness of a neck with the strings on. So you can undo this screw and put it down, tighten it, and then you undo this one, and then it.
Oh, and then it go.
Yeah,
It's
and
got
then
a registration. Oh, look at that.
Yeah. So
I bet. Yeah.
if you're trying to duplicate a neck, you don't want to take the strings off. It's kind of handy to have.
I think that's a good one. I can already think of or I can't already think of, but if that was around in the shop, I think I'd get pressed into service in a couple different things. It's amazing when you have something like that around. Like it's just like sitting there in the back of your mind, and all of a sudden you think about it.
Yeah, little things like that you don't use every day, but when you need them, it's just yeah. I got to use it.
What else you got?
Okay, dowel plate.
Dowel plate?
Yes, so in repair we use a lot of dowels, right?
Uh-huh.
So how do you make a dowel? You just chuck it in a drill, put it on the belt sander, twirl it around. Here you can take, I'll just show you like this. Okay. And you can take a square piece of wood and you just and you get.
Look at that. So
so you can make dowels out of any kind of wood you want, any size.
So has that got like a burr on it? How is that cutting? Or are you just forcing it through?
Yeah, it's hardened steel. The top corner is sharp, and it flares out a little bit on the back.
Oh, okay.
The back side. So the back side's a little bit larger diameter.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so you can just, you can make mahogany dowels, maple dowels, rosewood, whatever you want.
Paul wants to know where is that like a MSC thing? Can you?
This is a Lee Nielsen.
Oh, Lee Nielsen.
This one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
and it's just super handy to have around because I use it all the time.
Do they have? I mean, is that what you see in sizes is there? Or do they have metric sizes and stuff like that too, or?
They might.
Okay.
Well, I'm sure you can get them if Lee Nielsen doesn't make them. Somebody does. Or you could just make them yourself. I mean, the old school way of doing it is get a piece of metal, drill a hole in it.
So Paul wanted to know about Nagura stones.
I don't really use them that much. I I don't know a ton about them.
The times that I used them, I didn't know anything about them either, and
Mm-hmm.
I felt like I was sharpening with whatever the grit of the Nagura stone was for the
Yeah.
first little bit, and I thought it felt like I was going backwards in grits. So I don't know. So you
They
don't know.
they can be useful. I've used them to, like, if your stone glazes over a little bit, you
Yeah.
just kind of brush it up a little bit, and like creating a slurry. Some people who are really into sharpening, they say it creates a wave of grit ahead of it, and it kind of ever so slightly rounds over the edge. I don't know.
And he said, and this is an interesting question too. So you don't soak your stones all the time. You let them
Never.
dry out. It, wa-
Yeah.
I was always brought up saying your stones will crack if you keep them dry, but so that's not
Oh,
your experience.
no, no. So the two Shapton stones, they don't soak up water at all. You
Okay.
don't. You just splash a little on, and they're good to go. The Takenoko will soak it up. You could soak it. I don't know what
Are those
literally
synthetic
for it.
stones or are those
Those are
natural?
synthetic, and the one natural stones they say don't soak them.
Okay.
It's they say it's not good for them.
Oh, okay. What about
Yeah.
have you messed around with any of the new diamond stones that they're coming out with?
Not really.
A friend of mine was saying they're getting diamond up into like pretty high grits.
Huh.
I don't know if it's worth checking out, but
Yeah, I have a coarse diamond. I don't know who makes it, but um, kind of a nice thing to have if you want to just really hack on you if you get a chip in your blade or you want to change a bevel angle or
yeah,
it's getting you a
it'll
little
hog it.
bit. Yeah.
Uh, Danny West of West Guitar Works wants to know if you have any experience with PMV11. I'm not familiar with that.
Oh, the steel. Yeah, you know what? I had a PMV11 blade for my shooting plane, and it had a pretty low angle because it's a shooting plane used a lot for end grain shooting end grain.
Hmm.
You know,
What's
I
what's its claim to fame? Is it like soft and easy to get up, or is it hard and holds the edge
it's
forever?
hard as fuck, and it's super because there's hardness, and then there's sharpenability. Toughness, hardness, and toughness.
Yeah.
You can have a really hard steel that will abrade on a stone pretty easily, but the PMV11 is super hard to sharpen. It just feels like glass on the stone.
Hmm.
And in my experience, it didn't hold an edge that well. At a lower angle, I steepened it up a little bit and it did better. But I wasn't that stoked on it.
Okay. Alex Jones wants to know: are you a neck jig guy? Do you simulate string tension when you're fretting?
For basses, you have to. Yeah. Guitars, I don't.
Okay.
But because I used to make a lot of electric basses, and if I'm doing a refret on a bass, every time because it just moves too much. And I'd rather not be guessing what's gonna happen.
Yeah. So you're saying that what you get with string tension is not remotely what you get like without string tension on the bass. So you're you're
Yeah.
leveling the frets with a string tension simulator.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
I'm
Yeah. Do you use
uh
electric for?
I just
Didn't you just get one? Or
I
did
just
you?
got one. I had some early ones or I had an early one from Stu. It just didn't come with enough information. Oh, you just froze. Are you still there, Tim? Hold on a sec. Um,
You there?
hey, yeah, we dropped the call for a sec.
All right.
Um, so it didn't come with enough information to be real to really know what I was doing with it, and this is back in the
Mm-hmm.
'90s. And then Dan sent me this new one, and I used it because I had a twisted neck on a Goodall it would twist under string tension, but it would be completely flat without string tension. So in order to plane it out, I had to simulate the twist. And kind of the old way I would do it would be to grab it and kind of force it into a twist and try to sand it while I'm like monkey fooling with it. And so on this one, I just had two spool clamps on the very end of it that I tacked down. One was pushing down on the peg head, and the other one was pushing up on the other side, so it was twisting it. And then I had another jack that was in the middle that was simulating the relief. And, it did it. And by God, like it made my job easier for having it for sure. I probably would have maybe passed on the job without it, and maybe I would have sent it to somebody with a plec or something. But I mean, before this, and I'm gonna I told Dan I'd give it a fair shake, and I hope on my channel to get a bunch of people that are like, daily driving with neck jigs to come on and really line me out on how to set it up, go through their experiences of why they do it and stuff. Because for me, time is money, and spending a lot of time putting a guitar into a neck jig, it's gotta be. I will say it was nice because I wound up beveling the frets with it in the neck jig, and it was nice having that, like, the guitar is just strapped down, like it's just one less thing. When you're bevel, you hate it when the beveling block comes out and skips over the frets, and now you've got like like file marks in the top of your brand new frets. So it's nice having at least the guitar held down, so you're less likely to have that happen for trying to hold on to it. But do you do you have a neck jig, or you have it on the shop?
I have one that I made. It's in the corner over there. It works. It's kind of the same thing as this Dumac one, just made out of wood. Yeah.
Well, I'll get a couple guys on that are gonna line me out on it, and try to get me to see the light. Like I feel like before I felt like like I get the board flat, I put the frets in, I level the frets without string tension, and then kind of whatever happens from Mother Nature and gravity and all that kind of shit. Like I just feel like or I felt like a lot of hit records were made with normal guitars, so. But time. What's that?
Think of how many more would be made.
Or they'd all be double hits.
Yeah.
Well, we got about 4 minutes left. Do you have anything you want to tell people? You got any messages for the young Luths out there?
Well, I think my approach to guitar making and guitar repair, I come from a woodworking background, and a lot of guitar people don't. And so they end up not knowing about a lot of tools and techniques that can be really helpful.
Yeah.
So I would just say, learn about woodworking and get a good workbench with good. It's all about how do you hold your work,
Well, I will say on that too, like I went a long time without knowing how to sharpen, an embarrassing long time without knowing how to sharpen a chisel as a guitar repair guy.
Yeah.
And it, like, you were absolutely right. At the Gallup thing, you were saying you wouldn't believe how much faster a sharp chisel is. Like, everybody thinks, like you're saving time with a router or something like that, but it really is true. Like a sharp chisel, even if you factor in the amount of time it takes to keep it sharp, like a lot of times, like when we're doing back straps or whatever, you could set up a jig probably to do that with a router. But I mean, a sharp chisel's so fast. I mean,
yeah. There's just a lot of things.
We just got a couple more questions. A couple people are asking you what brand Japanese chisels you're hot on.
Okay. So what I did first of all was I went out and got. Let me show you. just an assortment of different chisels, different makers, different types of steel, just to see what I liked. Which I think, because committing to a whole set of Japanese chisels it's a big investment.
It is, yeah.
So I finally got this set, maybe 5 or 6 years ago. This is Kiyohisa, who was one of my favorite blacksmiths. Who's in the game still. I found this knife, I don't know, 10 years ago maybe, and the edge just got super sharp and stayed sharp forever. So I ended up ordering this set, and it took quite a long time to get. And nowadays it's even worse. I don't know if you can get anything from him these days, but these are great. Tasai is really good, and somewhat quite a bit easier to get than these.
Oh, can we look at that knife really quick? Does that have kind of a shape to it, or maybe I'm
a little bit of a curve.
Yeah,
Is that what you're looking at?
dude, that's pretty. So you're a no handle guy, right?
Well, yeah, they all pretty much don't have handles.
So do you do anything with double bevel, or are you all single bevel?
I have one double bevel knife. This is Hisasaku. I bought this from the guy at his workshop in Tokyo.
Uh-huh.
One early morning after being up all night, and yeah, this double bevel. And this is Funahiro, who was just he's like registered with the Japanese government as a living national treasure.
Just for making steel, huh?
Yeah, he mostly makes chisels and planes. So I got this knife a couple years ago. It's pretty
Dude, look at that
sweet.
thing. I can't even, like, I got a crappy reception here, and I'm looking at it. I'm like, oh my god, come on!
Yeah,
Like, it's so beautiful.
yeah, it's pretty sweet.
What's okay? So if desert island, you're carving guitars out of palm trees. What's the one tool? What's the one chisel, knife, plane? What's the thing you couldn't live without in your shop right now?
God, I don't know. Knives and chisels are probably what I use more than anything. Chisels they're really versatile. There's a lot you can do with them. It'd be hard to pick just one.
You got to do it, Tim.
Just one?
It's just you and the volleyball on the island.
Maybe the Ichihiro.
All right.
I don't know.
Well, Tim, I gotta say thank you for doing this. That hour just blew by like I knew it was gonna, and I guess we'll have to do this again because I think I'm going to come up with more questions after we kind of settle out. So, but
Cool.
I want to appreciate you for doing this and for doing cool things. And as soon as this pandemic lifts, I'm going to have to get out to Oregon. We're going to have to go see what's
Yes.
what and show you around my Oregon when I get out there.
I love that.
All right, man. Hey, take
All right.
care, Tim.
All right, well, thanks for having me, and next time I got some questions for you, too.
All right, man.
All right.
All right, take care.
All right. See you.
Everybody, thank you for stopping by Timbre Alert. I'm going to go get some real loosen done now, and y'all have